if I could ask everyone on the panel to please put your microphones on mute for the moment. Thank you. If you're just joining the meeting, we have opened the wait room and we'll let everybody get admitted before beginning the meeting. Just give us one moment, please. Good morning to all members of the public. We have opened the wait room and are admitting everyone. It should just take a minute to get everyone in. All right, good morning. Today is Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Decker.
Here.
Commissioner Bonner.
Here.
Commissioner Briggs.
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche.
Here.
Commissioner Soboroff.
Here.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this meeting this morning. In terms of our business for today, we have a number of items on our agenda, including a presentation, a follow-up report for action taken previously based on a policy passed by the Commission, and a number of donations. And we will begin that agenda shortly. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda, to which we will dedicate a total of 45 minutes. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. And at the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment, making that a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you agree or disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. For members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting, you can do so in a number of ways. They're all outlined on the agenda. You can submit written public comment in advance of the meeting, as many people have, to the email address policecommission@lapd.online. And if you have logged into this Zoom meeting, you can raise your virtual hand. If you have called into this Zoom meeting, you can press *9 if you wish to speak during public comment. Alternatively, you can listen to the meeting by calling any of the numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for call-in and listening purposes. Our first matter on today's agenda is the Chief's report. Before I turn it over to the Chief, colleagues, we all know that an after-action report commissioned by Council was made public and is scheduled to be heard in Council this week. As you know, we will be hearing all of the reports and agendize them in a few weeks. That will be the report from the department as well as the National Police Foundation. We will await until those items are agendized before asking questions on them, and certainly wish to afford the Los Angeles City Council the opportunity to hear their own report first. With that in mind, I will turn the matter over to the first matter on the agenda, the Chief's report. Chief Moore, the floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Madam President and members of the Commission, Inspector General, Mr. T. Fank, City Attorney. Thank you for this opportunity. As I do each week, I'm going to speak briefly on an update on our COVID-19 department's response, including its vaccination process, number of infections, etc. I'm also going to cover in significant events a few arrests that were made, 3 actually involving 2 instances that garnered a significant amount of public attention. And then also address recently this protest from this past Saturday night in the Hollywood area that turned violent and unfortunately destructive as well, injuring 3 of our personnel. And then I'll speak also to 3 Larrys, law enforcement related injuries, one stemming from the demonstration and protests of Saturday night, and then an animal shooting that occurred just yesterday. I'll also cover and address crime statistics, and our personnel strengths. First, regarding COVID-19, as an update, I'm happy to report that we continue to see a reduction in the number of COVID positive cases. We now stand at 2,673 members of our workforce that have been tested positive for COVID. That is an increase of 6 additional personnel, 4 of those sworn and 2 of those civilians. Additionally, we have at home 93 of our personnel recovering from this virus. That is a reduction of 65 personnel. I'm happy to report now that more than 2,600 of our personnel have recovered from this virus. Regarding our vaccination process, we continue to provide vaccinations now on a non-appointment basis. We have sufficient supplies, thankful to LA Fire, to provide vaccinations on over a course of a 12-hour day on Tuesday, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays to all department personnel. And with that, we've applied an additional 684 vaccinations this last week. We now have a total of 2,711 of our personnel that have had both the first and second shot of the Moderna vaccination, which for a total, that's an additional 238 personnel. An additional 446 of our personnel received their first dose this last week. We continue to encourage the membership of our organization to take this vaccine. This vaccine will save their life. It'll save the life of their family, as well as their safety for their partners, as well as members of the public that our members come in contact with. We're currently releasing a survey to our employees. This will be the second survey soliciting their input on what are factors that may be impeding their participation in this vaccination program. So I look forward to garnering more insight as to those that have not yet taken the opportunity. The goal of the organization remains to have the entire organization, those willing to take this vaccination by the end of March with the completed second dose by the first week of May. And LEPPL, I met yesterday with Craig Lally, president of the Los Angeles Police Protective League. They remain fully involved as partners and encouraging also all the membership, sworn and civilian of the organization, to participate in the vaccination process to improve their safety as well as the safety of the public and members and other members of the organization. Next area I'd like to cover is I spoke briefly about, I want to speak briefly about robbery suspects that were apprehended involving a quote unquote Rolex robberies in the Wilshire area, as well as an arrest made involving the murder and beating death of an elderly man in the Venice area. First, regarding the Rolex robbery suspects, this last week, detectives recognized a pattern of armed robberies that had been occurring on the west side of Los Angeles. The individuals were targeting people on the street, primarily who were wearing high-value watches, primarily Rolexes. The affected neighborhoods included Mar Vista, Venice, Mid-Wilshire, Melrose Shopping District, Culver City, West Hollywood, as well as Beverly Hills. On March 11th, I'm proud to say that the Los Angeles Police Department detectives from Wilshire and Pacific area arrested 2 individuals that were involved in these robberies. Detectives believe the individuals are part of a robbery crew, an organized group responsible for committing a series of these robberies. 1 Rolex was recovered and has been returned to its owner. The detectives continue to pursue multiple leads in an effort to identify and apprehend additional suspects we believe responsible. The suspect individuals that have been arrested, their identification, as well as additional evidence that's been recovered, is being withheld at this time so as not to compromise the ongoing investigation. Regarding members of the public, I'm also pleased to report that with this arrest and other actions that we've seen a sharp reduction, actually elimination of individuals involved in robberies being shot. A report just a few weeks back indicated a sharp increase in the number of robberies involving shootings, a total of 16 with 2 additional homicides that we believe are robbery motivated. These last 2 weeks, we've seen a decrease in the number of robberies, as well as a elimination. There's been no shootings involving any of these robbery occurrences. Again, though, we're not done. We believe that there are individuals that are still preying upon individuals with high value jewelry, and we just encourage everyone to be aware of their surroundings, ensure that they're safeguarding their high valuable jewelry from those that would be who would believe that this is an opportunity to prey upon them. Second issue is a tragic death of an individual, an elderly man, that was not initially, the attack was not initially known to the department. On February 28th of this year, Pacific officers were made aware that a Venice resident had died after being assaulted in that area. The officers completed a death investigation and it was launched into what the underlying cause or circumstance of that death was. The victim was identified as 76-year-old John DeCindis. West Bureau Homicide was assigned this case, and it revealed that on the 8th of February, Mr. John DeCindis had told a hospital social worker that he had been assaulted, but he didn't want to make a police report. The assault occurred when Mr. John DeCindis had been walking his dog and had been attacked by a man he had seen previously in the neighborhood. The attack occurred apparently without motive. Mr. DeCindis was hospitalized with several fractures, and he was later released, but had to return because he was having difficulties recovering from his injuries. Unfortunately, on the 27th of February, Mr. DeCindis succumbed to his injuries and died at a local hospital. Westboro Homicide, their investigation has determined that the original attack occurred in the 1500 block of Albert Kinney Boulevard. Mr. DeCindis had been confronted and was followed by a suspect from a nearby location. Mr. DeCindis told others about the assault, but again, and described the suspect in his description to those same people. On the 4th of March, the LA County Coroner's Office determined that this case was a homicide and the result of that attack. Westboro Homicides, their investigation has identified this suspect and officers from the Pacific area detained him. He was later identified as 45-year-old Obie Thompson, a person experiencing homelessness. He was booked for the murder of Mr. DeCindis. And on the 11th, the District Attorney's Office filed charges of murder and elder abuse against Mr. Thompson, and he's being currently held on $2 million bail and will be arraigned or has actually already been arraigned. I just want to bring to the members of the public attention that these types of unprovoked and sudden attacks and vicious attacks are obviously great matters of interest to the department, and just encourage anyone that becomes aware of an attack in a street or otherwise, a victim of a crime, to encourage those individuals to step forward and work with the police department. Our effort is to protect victims from further harm, to ensure that they are supported in their recovery, but also to identify and bring to justice those that are responsible for these attacks. Last major incident I want to talk about is a protest that unnecessarily turned violent and destructive this past Saturday. It received a fair amount of media attention, and I just want to comment that in this protest, that the efforts of the department was to facilitate a peaceful demonstration that was assembled in the honor of the recognition of the 1-year death of Breonna Taylor, and that the group that assembled that night on Santa Monica in the Hollywood area, that it marched about the area of Santa Monica, Vine Street, Sunset Boulevard, and surrounding neighborhoods. And that department monitored social media in advance of this event and noted that the tone and characterizations of the social media suggested that it would potentially turn violent and destructive. The organization, I'm proud of the department, West Bureau, as well as Hollywood Resources, that assembled our men and women to provide for demonstrations, for the protests, to facilitate the marches, to guard those individuals from motorists and others in the area. And yet, as the group assembled, we noted that they were all dressed in black clothing and equipped with various weapons, such as pepper spray, smoke grenades, metal batons, and brass knuckles. They were also equipped with helmets, bullet-resistant vests, gas masks, and makeshift shields. And individuals within the group, over the course of their march and protest, began to spray paint walls with graffiti, began breaking windows of businesses, and ignited trash cans. Officers began making arrests of those individuals for those criminal acts, and were suddenly attacked and thrown with metal objects, smoke grenades, flashing strobe lights, and in one instance, individuals that jumped on top of a police vehicle and stomping on the hood and the windshield. 3 officers were injured. One of them as a result of a computer monitor that was thrown. That individual was arrested later for that assault with a deadly weapon. I'm fortunate to report that none of the officers' injuries were serious. The protester that was arrested for and accused of throwing that matter is a subject of a categorical use of force that I'm going to briefly describe here in a moment, that occurred as he attempted to throw that computer monitor. There were 9 businesses that were vandalized during this ordeal, broken windows and signs and such, and a total of 10 individuals, 9 adults and 1 juvenile were arrested during this. Again, the efforts of the department will continue to facilitate marches and demonstrations and protests. And I believe that these matters of significant public interest and concern, social justice, criminal justice reform, including police reform, are necessary items for all of us to be actively engaged in. But yet these acts of violence and destruction are senseless, they're without justification, and detract away from important subjects that all of us need to be engaged in and embrace further reforms. Regarding the Force Investigation Division on these three instances of Leary's, law enforcement related injuries. The first one occurred on March 9th at approximately 8 o'clock in the morning when a male Hispanic, 42 years of age, later identified as Marcos Ayala, entered a Metropolitan Transportation Authority bus in the near the area of the Canoga Orange Line station. This occurred in the Topanga area of the San Fernando Valley. The driver of the bus called communications to report that Mr. Ayala was armed with a machete, and Topanga uniformed patrol officers responded. When the officers arrived, Mr. Ayala was on the sidewalk near the bus holding the machete in his right hand. Our investigation has found to this point that despite numerous commands from the officers to drop the machete, Mr. Ayala yelled at them to shoot him. As Mr. Ayala began walking towards a crowded thoroughfare, three officers deployed less lethal munitions, striking Mr. Ayala in his right hand in mid-torso area. Mr. Ayala dropped the machete and was taken into custody without incident. Mr. Ayala sustained an injury to his right middle finger and was transported to a nearby hospital by rescue ambulance, where he was later admitted and underwent surgery for the injury to that finger. He was then placed on a 72-hour mental evaluation hold. Fortunately, there are no officers or anyone else injured as a result of this incident, and the machete was recovered as part of the evidence of the investigation. Force Investigation Division responded and are conducting the investigation, and the department will evaluate, as well as this board, the use of force involved, as well as the tactics leading up to involved in the arrest of Mr. Ayala. Second incident I want to report was on the 14th, I'm sorry, the 13th of March, and this involves the arrest of the individual, the protester that threw the item at the officers. And this was an unintentional head strike with an impact device, and it occurred in the area of Vine Street in Lexington. So on the afternoon of the 13th of March, hundreds of protesters gathered in the Hollywood division to march in honor of Breonna Taylor. As the march progressed into the evening, protesters blocked various intersections, and multiple instances of vandalism began to occur to the businesses. At approximately 9:26 in the evening, a request for additional police personnel at Vine in Lexington was broadcasted by officers there due to a large crowd of protesters that had overtaken the intersection. As additional officers arrived in the area and formed in the skirmish line, several protesters began launching fireworks and throwing objects at officers, resulting in a help call. Moments later, an individual later identified as Mr. Benson Wilson, a male black, 27 years of age, was observed by officers preparing to throw a computer monitor towards the direction of the skirmish line. In response to his actions, an officer equipped with a less lethal device deployed a beanbag round, which apparently inadvertently struck Mr. Williams in the head. The monitor was thrown by Williams and struck two officers nearby. Mr. Williams fled on foot and was spotted several blocks away by responding officers. A foot pursuit ensued, and he was ultimately taken into custody in the area of Coenga Boulevard and Fountain Avenue. He was positively identified as the person who threw the computer monitor at officers and was subsequently arrested and booked for assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. Mr. Williams sustained a laceration to his forehead as a result of that less lethal deployment. He was transported to a nearby hospital where he received stitches for his injury and was later booked into custody. Two officers received minor injuries, as I stated earlier, as a result of the item being thrown by Williams, and those officers were treated at a hospital and later released. Force Investigation Division is investigating this incident. Again, the evaluation of the tactics used, as well as the force employed, will be a subject of my close scrutiny and evaluation, as well as on completion, the board commissioner. The third incident was a law enforcement related injury that occurred in the Hollenbeck area on the 14th of March at approximately 4:40 in the afternoon. On that date, Hollenbeck uniform officers responded to a domestic violence restraining order radio call. And while at the scene, the officers contacted an individual, female Hispanic, 48 years of age, later identified as Miss Maria Vasquez, and a use of force occurred. During the arrest, Ms. Vasquez sustained a fracture and laceration to one of her fingers. She was transported to a nearby hospital, and there she was treated for her injuries. She was later booked for 273.6 of the Penal Code, which is a violation of court order. And at this point, she is a person that was experiencing homelessness. And as a result of this, no officers were injured or other bystanders, and Force Investigation Division will conduct their investigation. Lastly, I want to report an officer-involved shooting involving an animal that occurred yesterday at approximately 5:09 in the evening in the southeast area of Los Angeles. There, officers responded to a domestic violence radio call. And while the officers were speaking to the person who called the police, a possible suspect emerged from the backyard. A Rottweiler dog, apparently owned by the person who called the police, came through the open gate and charged at an officer. An officer fired one round, striking the dog in the mouth, and the dog retreated. The dog was later transported by family members of the person reporting to a local veterinarian center and is expected to survive. There were no officers injured during this incident and no arrests were made. Force Investigation Division responded and they are conducting their investigation into that shooting as well. Before I leave our significant events, I want to just announce for the public one last matter, and that is we're having a gun buyback on this coming Saturday between the hours of 8 o'clock in the morning and between 8 and 1. They're going to occur in 2 locations. There's flyers about this information. This information can also be found on LAPD online. One in the South Los Angeles area is going to occur at the Volunteers of America, 5200 block of South Central Avenue. And the second one is going to occur in the San Fernando Valley area at the Van Nuys Masonic Building Association, the 14700 block of Sherman Way. This is an opportunity for members of the public to bring forth any gun. We ask that it be unloaded and secured in the trunk of the vehicle, that they simply need to respond. The weapon will be safely removed from the vehicle and will be destroyed as part of this gun buyback. In the process of surrendering these weapons, there are gift cards that have been made available by the mayor's office. This is a gun buyback that's done in concert with leadership from Mayor Garcetti and his public safety staff. The effort here is to secure and destroy weapons that are a nuisance or no longer of use or value to residents, so that those weapons don't come in the hands of those that would use it to commit violence on others. Many times we find individuals who have these type of weapons, handguns, rifles, and so forth, and they don't have a safe place to secure them, and they become victims of thefts or burglaries. And so this is an opportunity to get those weapons safely removed from the street. Regarding crime that I report on each week, I want to take a moment and remark that as much as we have seen violence this last year, particularly homicides, increase in shooting violence, and that continued into this first 2 months of this year, I am remarking that we are beginning to see the violence slow, and that the homicide and shooting levels are returning to an earlier level that we saw in February of 2020. Now, this is the last week that we're completing that actually is the pre-COVID, if you will, set of facts and circumstances. When we go into the latter weeks of March, last year, as a reminder, we saw a marked reduction in shooting violence and homicides, as well as other crimes with the exception of auto theft. We will be comparing numbers in the coming weeks at a time in which our communities are opening back up as a relaxing of COVID standards, and we go into a red phase, and as soon as 3 weeks from now, we'll move into the orange tier of the COVID restrictions. And we'll be looking at and comparing crime statistics to a time in which the city and the community was actually last year at this time going into very much constricted and limited role as far as social engagement and interactions. We'll look and understand those comparisons. So while we typically look at same time last year and we look at most recent instances and trends to identify how to focus and move our strategies and resources to address particularly violence, I want just to alert to the public that our stats going forward will be a little more complicated, but we're up to it. We also recognize that last year is only one benchmark in which to compare data. We have many other data points to look at as we analyze in our efforts to prevent crime, as well as to deter and find those responsible for it. With all that said, this last week, we saw a total of 17 shooting victims. And as a reminder, the week before that number was 19, and before that it was in excess of 30. And previous to these last few weeks, we were averaging more than 30 shooting victims per week. However, with the 17 shooting victims over a course of a week, 13 of them unfortunately occurred in a Friday, Saturday, Sunday period, which gives me concern of just demonstrating the volatility that we still have within our communities. As we looked at where homicides and shooting violence are occurring, Central Bureau continues to lead this year with a 72% increase in homicides, and South Bureau with a 23% increase. We do see a reduction in West Bureau in the number of homicides. Last February at this time, they had a surge of homicides, particularly in the Olympic area. So part of this is their comparison against a very small period last time that they had a surge last year at the same time. And so overall, they're flat, it would be in my estimation, as well as Valley Bureau is essentially a zero increase or decrease at this point in regards to their homicides. When we act and look to what are the two factors that are driving, influencing our shooting violence, gang homicides remain high. We've had 44 gang-related homicides this year. That number was 30 last year at this time. And our victims, persons experiencing homelessness, those persons continue to see an increase in being victims of violent crime, particularly homicides. With 17 of our homicides year to date, we've now identified as a person experiencing homelessness versus 13 last year. Moving forward, our work will continue to focus our resources on those communities that are experiencing the highest level of shooting violence, not just in a sense of added patrols and vigilance, but also investigative resources and pursuit of those to identify those responsible. What's critical in this is two factors. One, the community remains engaged in seeing something, saying something, and reporting those and tips and leads as to people they believe responsible for this violence. Our officers have shown that as information is garnered and identities learned, that we can effectively build successful prosecutions of those and bring to justice those responsible for this violence and curtail further violence. The second one is I want to thank and appreciate that our gang intervention, community intervention workers continue to strive to deepen their presence in our communities. And as COVID is lifting, as the restrictions are lifting, I believe that we're going to see even more effectiveness of them getting into and being in our communities and countering further acts of violence by countering the senselessness of rumors and social media insults and just the tensions that are in our neighborhoods. And speaking with yesterday in our crime efforts and analysis, I'm asking our ground commanders, our people at our local stations, to identify what they believe is responsible for this quieting, if you will. And they believe that community intervention workers are a critical role, as well as the fact that as we are exiting this pandemic, more and more opportunities for people to engage and have and return to a sense of control and organization within their community is being witnessed. Lastly, I want to talk about personnel strength. I appreciate your patience this morning. We are at a total deployment number of 9,680, so that number has not changed since my last report of sworn personnel, as well as 2,840 on our civilian personnel and 379 reserve officers. And I'm happy to report that we are starting a reserve class, a cadet class, a class that we will handle virtually as we begin. It's my hope over the 10-week program that we may be able to expand it into on-site meetings and classroom engagement with these young people. And that number is just over 250 cadets to begin that class in a few short weeks. I want to thank Assistant Chief Kamala and her staff within the community policing section for continuing the efforts of managing the new recruits, as well as our 21 area stations, as they have maintained our cadet corps by typically virtual engagement, as well as very small groups and protected COVID compliant engagements. That concludes my report, and I thank you for your patience as well as take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. Much appreciated. A question on the number of vaccinated personnel. Does that number include vaccines perhaps employees have received offsite from a non-city source if they went to their private physician or other means? Or is that just city vaccinations?
This is city vaccinations at this point. What we've asked our personnel, because thank you, there are a number of personnel that are gaining access to vaccines through their own personal health insurance and so forth. And we've asked them to identify their vaccination so that we can track them for their own experience as to should they come in contact with a person who's infected by COVID, as well as should they come down with an illness or otherwise that may be COVID related, is to understand their vaccination history. So that is an ongoing process. We believe that the numbers of actual vaccinated personnel are higher because of that avenue of access to the vaccine outside of the department's provisions.
Thank you, Chief. And with respect to providing additional baselines of in terms of understanding crime statistics as we move forward, because last year, as you noted, appears to have been an anomaly and hopefully will be an anomaly given with the COVID and the immediate shutdown. Do you intend to provide us, or do you know, will you be providing us not just an annual comparison, but perhaps a 2-year or 5-year outlook of where the crime statistics compare so we have a better understanding of the situation?
Yes, absolutely. Our standard, even in typical times, our standard ComStat process refers back to not just last year, but the year before. But we absolutely will look to 2019, 2018, 2017 for trend information. We did see an overall reduction in violent crime in 2019. However, in ag assault areas, we were seeing some pressure in that area. So it goes to the analysis that as we saw 2020 start with an increase in some aggravated assaults, that everything is not just COVID specific. There are other underlying trends and facts that we need to look at our analysis and ensure that it's rich and not just one data point.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioners, questions for the Chief? Please open up your microphones so I know you'd like to make a question or a comment. If there are none, we will move on to public comment. I don't see anyone opening up there. Oh, Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
Yes. Chief, with respect to the surge, as it were, in some of the gang shootings and homicides, is our community safety partnership program involved in gang intervention in terms of getting out there, meeting with some of these folks, particularly in the South End? And if so, are they having any success?
Yes, I believe so. And yes, on both factors. Of the 10 individual sites, 4 of them, for instance, are in Southeast areas. One is in Harvard Square and the 5th one in 77th and one in South Park in Newton Division. All of those sites, all 6 of those sites, the engagement with the community intervention workers and with ambassadors is active. In fact, yesterday, there was my briefing with Deputy Chief Amada Tingarides and with Captain Giselle Espinoza. There was a specific comment about some dissatisfaction with one site and their intervention workers and how they are working through that at a supervisory level to ensure that we're all pulling in the same direction. There was a criticism, if you will. These conversations are candid, they're unfiltered, and they're what are we doing together? And that means assessing when things work well, but when we have difficulties, whether it be individual based or programmatically based. I met, for sake of time, I did not detail all my activities. Last week, I met with members of Operation Ceasefire, and we talked about their efforts independent of the Gang Reduction Youth Development programming and contracts, that they spoke about the difficulties within some of the administrative requirements and how they're bogged down at times and ineffective. And what we do is explore those to understand when do those bog down and those administrative processes become so dominant that the underlying impact of the program, it hurts it, it harms it. I told them with some comfort that, when I talk with gang officers, their number one complaint is the admin charges of what we ask them to do, how much articulation, documentation, and administrative tasks there is. And I told them it's a precious balance. We've got to be able to articulate our work, we've got to be able to demonstrate the investment and a return on that investment, and that's admin work. And so those type of conversations are active at the senior level within the organization, as well as all the way down to the area captain and the get lieutenants. I'm happy I'm proud of a gentleman by the name of Andre Clancy. He's my sergeant that works in my community relations. He works with all the interventionists as well as with our gang officers and our CSP programs to understand behind the scenes what's actually going on and where are the impediments, whether it be an individual-based, programming-based, or something more systemic that as a chief I need to come in and help resolve for the betterment of safety of our communities.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Other commissioners' questions? I don't see any, in which case we will move to public comment. Madam Secretary, please open up the public comment period and open up the queue. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Steve O'Reilly, followed by Betty Lay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say that March is Irish Heritage Month. I know it has not been acknowledged here, but Women's Month is being acknowledged. Not that there shouldn't be, but the problem is when you acknowledge certain people and don't acknowledge others, that sends a message that some people are valued and some are not. I'm tired of the political correctness and the identity politics. So really, I don't think we need to have those months acknowledged. We should all acknowledge everyone all the time. And in terms of the chief talking about the protest, so-called protest in Hollywood, that's a riot, okay? Police are being attacked, and let's call it what it is. They're coming to riot. They're left-wing agitators, Revolutionary Communist Party, Antifa, hiding behind certain incidents. So let's call it what it is. Happy St. Patrick's Day for tomorrow. Let's acknowledge the Irish contribution to policing and to the country. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Jason R.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
General comment, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
I just want to relate that I support LAPD. I support Chief Moore. We cannot defund the department. We need to defend. And the City Council Public Safety Committee needs to get on the ball and help to reduce crime because it just keeps going up. I thank you so much for your time and pray that everybody will celebrate St. Patty's Day safely so we don't have an urge. Stay healthy. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jason R, followed by Heather C.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Commissioner Decker, last week you interrupted my public comment within 15 seconds to tell me I was off topic, even while I was critiquing little Stevie Sobroff. Yet you won't keep that same energy when the Karens, Beckys, and Amy's come on here spewing their racist ideologies. Why is that? So movie theaters and gyms have reopened, indoor dining is allowed at restaurants, schools are permitted to reopen for in-person instruction. Both the county and the city have deemed it safe to resume various indoor activities at this time. And with that being said, we demand that these commission meetings be in person, effective immediately. Eileen, why did your commissioner, Steve Sobroff, say in an email to Chief Moore, and I quote, "Please keep confidential until you hear directly from one of the foundations," referring to the Weingart Foundation and the LA Police Foundation? It seems quite clear that you, a law professor and former U.S. attorney, are helping to facilitate some very obvious conflicts. Chief Moore and Steve Soboroff, why did the language change around accepting donations from the LA Police Foundation? Up until December, the agenda items with these donations attached used to say Risk Management Affairs Legal Group has verified there are no personal relations or conflicts associated with the foundation. Did that have to be removed when it came clear that Soboroff had been lying about his role in facilitating donations? So just to make it clear, Soboroff must either be removed or step down. Why haven't we heard from the commission on this? And now to the man of the hour, Michael Ray Moore. Let's talk about the recently released report on LAPD's violence during the George Floyd uprising. It explicitly names Chief Moore's failures to properly plan and worse, gives his direct approval of many of the abusive tactics that I experienced myself. There is no better time to rid the city of Chief Moore, and this will give Musty Michael more time to get his manis and petties with his wife, Cindy, in Arizona. Matter of fact, Chief Pig Moore, we know you were hospitalized at the beginning of this month. Are you starting to crack under the pressure? Come to terms with the fact that you'll be gone soon? No, that was a PR ploy to gain sympathy for this racist department. But wait, I did read you were admitted for testing and observation. So let's run down what tests Moore has failed since becoming chief and what we've observed. You used Breitbart, a known white supremacist media outlet, to recruit LAPD officers. You enabled anti-Black racism by allowing Black people to be stopped by LAPD at 5 times their population share and searched at 3 times the rate of everyone else. You fostered a culture of corruption under which officers in South Central LA were found to illegally and unjustly enter the names of Black and brown residents in gang databases. Just recently, you created a culture where officers were enabled to circulate a despicable George Floyd Valentine, where you found only 1 officer that shared it. Come up with some better lies, you clown. You refused to disclose or publicly hold account the LAPD officers who participated in the failed coup on the US Capitol on January 6th. You've compared BLM to right-wing extremist groups like Proud Boys. You've colluded with members of the Board of Commissioners, including Steve Soboroff, on votes and positions taken on by this supposed oversight body. And you lied on record about the number of traffic stops made in South LA. So you need to go sign the new petition that's coming out.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Heather C., followed by Zach Sherwin.
Hi, thank you. All agenda items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, Ms. Decker, I'd like to say that when we call into this meeting, we're ready. I mean, we get here ahead of time. The second the meeting starts, we raise our hand, we get in line like everybody else. So when I hear complaints from people about it's not fair, so-and-so doesn't get to speak, well, so-and-so isn't a princess and shouldn't be able to just waltz in whenever she wants and then have any kind of priority. We all get here right when the meeting starts and we raise our hand and we wait in line just like everybody else every single week, and that's fair. So I hope that there won't be any special considerations being made to alter this. As far as the protests go, I'd like to know what the police commission is doing, not just condemning, but what you guys are actually going to do to protect officers. Because it seems like every single protest that has BLM associated with it has incidents where officers are being assaulted. And these are actually planned. I mean, I remember last year there was one incident where they actually had footage of vans pulling up with frozen water bottles and people, you know, with people with chests and people taking the water bottles and throwing them at police officers. They are consistently attacking officers at these protests. Notice how the Armenian protests, there were no incidents of officers being attacked. Literally every single protest, peaceful protest, they call them, right? They're not peaceful. And it's not the LAPD officers who are the ones making trouble. They're trying to protect citizens and businesses. And that's another thing. Every single time businesses and windows are getting, you know, smashed and property is getting destroyed. What do you guys say about that? What are you guys going to do about that? Why aren't there any reports being made on how these peaceful protesters are being held accountable? Where's the city attorney? You guys need to start doing something to protect officers. It's not right. It's one-sided, and you know, BLM is complaining and, you know, crying, oh, they're picking on us. No, they're not picking on them. But why is it every single time BLM is affiliated, you know, is tied to any kind of protest, there's problems? And I don't see that coming from any other kind of protests. So please do something about this. It's not right what's happening. I mean, they're getting urine and feces and frozen water bottles and rocks and computer monitors or microwaves or whatever it is. I mean, this is atrocious. So I yield my time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Ken Bernard.
Hey, I kind of can't believe I'm going to get it all in there, but I'll try to address every item on today's agenda.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. I love that the first speaker said Women's History Month shouldn't exist and wasn't told he was off topic, so I'm filing that away. And I'm also curious about the last speaker's comments about urine and feces and wondering what agenda item that was in reference to. I'd like to talk about the after action report, but first I want to stipulate that it is garbage and that I do not in any way consider it a path forward to meaningful reform. It's more of the same, and it's just another report that's not going to lead to any meaningful change. With that said, the fact that that report came out in the last week and none of you is finding a way to say anything about it is characteristic of this commission. Commissioner Decker, I fully heard you say that you're going to wait several weeks down the line until City Council has a chance to do what they're going to do with the report. But you know, you're the LAPD Oversight Committee, and it's less than a week after a major report comes out about LAPD really screwing up. And you might be expected by a reasonable citizen of this city to find a way to say something. Like, even if you're just smoke screening until it's down the line a few weeks and like the attention has moved off of it, you know, like I can write the line for you. You might say something like this: we're going to wait to say more about this report, but we're obviously very concerned about its findings. We assure the public that we will have a thorough discussion of it and that we will ask the tough questions, and we will make it very clear to the public when that's going to be happening, because we know it's a matter of serious interest to the community and it received a lot of media attention. It's such a low bar for you to do what your stated purpose is to do. And, you know, why are you not trying to do what you can to acknowledge this major event in our city's landscape? That question is 100% rhetorical. Your ongoing failure to provide meaningful oversight is profound and glaring. And again, that report is garbage in the first place, and I don't buy any of it, but shame on you. Chief Moore needs to go. This man is terrible at his job, and people who are as bad at their jobs as he is need to lose them. So I am just saying it out loud in this meeting: fire Chief Moore. There's a petition, people can sign it, tinyurl.com/FireLAPD Chief Moore. His failures are deep and wide. I want to ask about emails that are sent in and labeled public comment. Those aren't made public at the actual meetings during the public comment period. So how are they public? How do we know the commission is actually engaging with them? I want more attention paid to the substance of those emails. Chief Moore, I hope you've given Captain Jonathan Tom a heads up about that gun buyback event. I'm sure he loves gift cards as much as the next person, and this could be a great opportunity to rack some up. Fire Chief Moore, and I say in quotes because I don't expect it of you, Commission, do your job. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ken Bernard, followed by Clint Blakely.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on all, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, piggybacking off the last comment to Chief Moore and the board, why have we not discussed the stolen guns from the LAPD gun store? It has been a year, and as referenced, the commanding officer, Captain Jonathan Tom, had his house raided looking for these illegally trafficked guns. So we're able to catch civilians stealing watches, but the LAPD isn't able to figure out if the commanding officers are trafficking weapons. That's interesting. So I guess I would ask the board to look into that, because that is definitely a concern. And I guess more specifically, with your extensive experience, Ms. Decker, as a law professor and a former U.S. attorney, do you have any questions, like from a legal background for the chief about those stolen firearms? Would really, lean on your expertise there in that. And then, yeah, regarding the protest this weekend, Chief Moore mentioned that someone jumped onto the hood of an LAPD car as it was driving through a crosswalk. So I guess if a car is driving at you, would you have preferred that person to let the car run over them? I'm just curious, like what people would do personally if a car is trying to run over them, if you would willingly go under the car. That seems like kind of just like a human reaction to not try to die when someone is driving a car into you. Appreciate the chief's concern about protesters having shields. That's an interesting comment. Why would protesters need shields if LAPD wasn't decked out in millions of dollars in riot gear? I mean, that's a pretty simple thing to think about. We won't need shields if we're not targeting peaceful protesters and the press with less lethal and oftentimes lethal force. Like I would say, driving a car into a person would be considered lethal force. Would love to hear more about the racist George Floyd Valentine that went around the LAPD. As always, this commission will trot out the names of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd while ignoring the almost 900 people killed by LAPD or killed in LA County since 2000, including Daniel Hernandez, Dejan Kazee, Izzel Ford, Gasharia Mack, Melly Corrado, the list goes on. Would love for you guys to talk about people killed by LAPD right here in our city. Quickly, the donations, obviously Steve Sobrov is lying about his role in facilitating those donations, asking people to keep things confidential. Fire Chief Moore, look into this money, look into these guns, do your job.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Clint Blakely, followed by caller ending in 7742.
Hello, I would like to speak on all items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I want to echo the previous comments about Captain Jonathan Tom, who had his house raided looking for illegally trafficked guns. Chief Moore, why haven't you or this board discussed the stolen guns from the LAPD gun store? It's been a year now, and this is one of your recently promoted commanding officers. So I'm calling on all the commission and particularly Commissioner Eileen Decker as a law professor and former U.S. attorney. Why aren't you asking any questions about how LAPD commanders are dealing in stolen guns? I want to say that I find it absolutely despicable that the chief's report was focused entirely on, protesters arrested and injuries sustained to officers during the protests, when we have video of, as the last speaker mentioned, cops running over protesters in a car. How are we not talking about the aggression that is displayed by the LAPD at every single protest for Black Lives? Why are we not talking about the reason these folks were here in the first place, to protest against police violence, and then they're met with more police violence? It's absolutely disgusting. I want to talk about some of the donations in items 3D and E. So there are going to be 23 separate donations approved today by this commission. How many of them have you actually looked into? Like, why are there 2 separate dollar amounts listed for pumpkin giveaway event reimbursement? The larger issue here is that we know from emails discovered through California Public Records Act requests that Steve Sobrov has not only been facilitating donations through the LA Police Foundation, but he has also been lying about doing so. So he needs to go. I want to also mention that you need to change the time or day that you hold these meetings. This is at the same time as city council meetings, not to mention the board of supervisors. Folks should be able to attend all these meetings and give comment at the police commission meetings and city council. That we shouldn't have to choose between these. This is an easy switch to make. You need to do that immediately. You also need to end the 45-minute public comment limit. How are we supposed to address things that you approve after the public comment before we even hear them? You need to be taking more time to listen to the public. finally, I just want to say we still don't know the names of LAPD members who are involved in the attempted coup on the Capitol. Chief Moore needs to go, and I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller ending in 7742, followed by Nina Royale.
Good morning. General comments, please.
Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, let's get real. Let's recognize the mostly peaceful protesters who show up in fighting gear, black bloc, umbrellas for what they are. They are domestic terrorist anarchists. As Sheriff Villanueva has stated, you're not fooling anyone. They are there to fight. Why do we pretend it's anything different? I suggest the commission recognize the difference of those who peacefully protest versus those who come to fight the police and cause harm, then whine like little babies when they're not allowed to vandalize and continue their violence. Our police are not the whipping boys of BLM, Antifa, ABRA, etc. Protect our police. Defend the LAPD. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Nina Royal, followed by Baba Akili. Nina, you're on.
I'd like to speak on the chief's report and general comments, please.
Okay, 2 minutes.
What I didn't notice in the report by the chief was the fact that we have command staff working in downgraded jobs. For instance, deputy chiefs working in place of commanders. Commanders are working in place of captain threes, captain 1s working as captain 3s that are not being paid. There have been no promotions, and we're still not fielding 100% of our men. And when there is an event that requires extra patrol, they have to take detectives and put them on the streets that put their cases, their caseload back. And there is no classes in the queue for the academy. We need to fund the police properly. We are putting the police officers' lives in danger because there isn't enough of them on the street. And I want to know what the commission is doing about this. And if you are working with the city council to try to get that money back, because it's imperative. Police lives should not be in peril. Everyone says, well, the police are there to help the police as well. It doesn't work that way. So please do something with the city council and get that money back. We deserve better than this. Thank you. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Baba Akili, followed by MJ King.
Good morning. I want to speak on the chief's report and general comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
First, let me start off by saying fire Chief Moore. Then I want to underscore why we need to defund the police. The prevention and intervention groups in our city are providing a valuable service, yet they get less than $11 million for doing it. That's why we need to defund the police, because the people who are on the front line, who are doing the work, who are really helping keep our community safe, are not being supported and invested in. That's why we call for defunding the police, to divest, invest, because we know what keeps us safe. We know how to work within our communities, and we know what we need. So defund the police, divest, invest. The second thing I want to talk about, and join the chorus of people who are calling for Moore to be fired. He has failed at his role by any standard, that measurement that you want to apply. The report painfully takes that out. And the fact that none of you all made any reference to it, or the fact that it will be discussed, is an indication of your willingness to protect the institution, not the people. You always talk about we need to develop trust with the people and the rest. Your doing nothing sends the message that you resist and don't support transparency and accountability. Not immediately firing Moore continues to send that message. And then finally, I want to demand that you open these meetings up. Your willingness to hide from us, your willingness to not accept real public participation is an indication of your own fear of knowing what the people will say. Open these meetings up in this bullshit 45 minutes and fire Chief Moore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MJ King, followed by Melina Abdullah. Oh, give me 1 sec.
You can hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on the Chief's report, items 3D and E, and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I'd like to uplift the last speaker's comments to divest in punishment and invest in our communities. I'm also curious, Chief Moore, why you or this board haven't discussed the stolen guns from the LAPD gun store. With Captain Jonathan Tom having his house raided looking for these illegally trafficked guns, Eileen Decker, don't you have any questions about LAPD commanders dealing in stolen guns? I hope you have enough gift cards. Of the 23 separate donations being approved today by this commission, how many of them have you actually reviewed? Could any of you articulate why 2 separate dollar amounts are listed for the pumpkin giveaway event reimbursement? We know from emails discovered through California Public Records Act requests that Steve Sobroff has not only been facilitating donations through the LA Police Foundation, but he has been lying about doing so. Chief Moore and Steve Sobroff, I'd also like to know why the language changed on accepting donations from the LA Police Foundation. Did no personal relations or conflicts have to be removed when it became too clear that Sobroff has been lying about his role in facilitating donations? Eileen Decker, why did your commissioner, Steve Sobroff, say in an email to Chief Moore, please keep confidential until you hear directly from one of the foundations, referring to Weingart Foundation, the LA Police Foundation? It's unbelievable that you think that we don't notice this blatant corruption and lying you helped facilitate. Steve Sobroff, Chief Moore, both need to go. Lastly, Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. conflicts with City Council and Board of Supervisors meetings. Changing the time and date is easy and well within your power to implement. End the 45-minute public comment limit. And as previous callers have mentioned, indoor activities have resumed and so can these meetings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Melina Abdullah, followed by Jan Williams.
I'd like to speak to all items. This is Melina Abdullah.
Okay, 3 minutes.
On March 10th, 2021, an independent investigation of LAPD's handling of the 2020 uprisings in the name of George Floyd confirmed on-the-ground accounts of rampant police abuse, brutality, and violence levied upon righteous protesters. Hundreds of demonstrators have reported injuries. Many were beaten, shot with rubber bullets, pepper sprayed, and brutalized to the point of hospitalization. Others were criminalized, held for hours, terrorized, arrested, and abused for daring to raise their voices. This appalling mistreatment has been the basis of several lawsuits, including a class action filed by Black Lives Matter Los Angeles Community Action Network, and the National Lawyers Guild. The recently released 101-page report explicitly names Chief Moore's failures to properly plan and, worse, give his quote-unquote direct approval of many of the most abusive tactics. We want to be clear. Who was harmed are regular people who felt duty-bound to speak out and stand up against police violence. In doing so, they experienced police violence, the very thing that they were protesting. This nation, and Los Angeles in particular, must drive out such brutal forces and those who claim leadership, beginning with the firing of LAPD Chief Michael Moore. This is not the first or last of Michael Moore's offenses. Prior to the uprisings, Chief Moore was found to have used white supremacist media outlet Breitbart to recruit LAPD officer applicants, enabled anti-Black racism by allowing Black people to be stopped by LAPD at 5 times our population share and searched at 3 times the rate of everyone else, fostered a culture of corruption under which officers in South Central Los Angeles were found to have illegally and unjustly entered the names of Black and brown residents into gang databases, presented internal investigations that repeatedly avoid accountability, including finding that not a single one of the 4,862 racial bias complaints were actually valid, lobbied each year for LAPD to be awarded more than 50% of the city's budget, failed to mandate the wearing of masks by LAPD officers, attempted to shield murderous police officers from disciplinary actions, and then during the uprisings stated that protesters were just as responsible for the death of George Floyd as were the officers who killed him, created a culture where officers were enabled to circulate a Valentine's card with a despicable reference to Mr. Floyd, refused to disclose or publicly hold account LAPD officers who participated in the failed coup attempt. There's more, but I'm running out of time. I am calling on the police commission to do your job as an oversight body, not buddies with Chief Moore and Jamie McBride. You need to do your jobs and fire Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jan Williams, followed by Jay Ryan.
This is Jan Williams. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, including I'm uplifting everything Dr. Abdullah just reported.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, so for the chief's report, we know that this pig, Chief Moore, is like trash. We have to fire Chief Moore. He's been horrible. We got rid of Chief Beck, so put him on notice that he will go too. He has been doing everything in his power to criminalize South LA and Black LA residents, but refuses to hold any of his officers accountable for the crimes that they commit. What is he doing about these guns that they're trafficking? What is he doing about the gangs in LAPD? But he wants to continue to criminalize us who live in South Los Angeles, but refuses to criminalize his criminal ass, thug ass cops. LAPD cops are pigs and he needs to go, and most of them need to go as well. We rose up. LA rose up as we always do, righteously in protest in the bad treatment of Black people. And LAPD showed us who they are and used what is considered less lethal weapons in the most lethal way that they could figure out how to use them. Shooting people directly in the head with tear gas canisters. It's supposed to be less lethal, shot at the ground, and they shooting them at people's heads. And Chief Moore signed off on that bullshit. And y'all signing off on that bullshit by letting him remain in office. Everything that y'all are doing is in collaboration with a whole bunch of criminal activity. Y'all need to go too. As long as you continue to sign off on criminal behavior, the blood is on your hands. We got rid of Chief Beck. We got rid of Jackie Lacey, and y'all gonna go too. And open up these meetings back to public, because Heather and all these police loving bitches calling in, they wouldn't say that shit to our face, I bet. They're feeling comfortable sitting in their house saying all this bullshit, but they wouldn't say that shit to our face. Open these meetings back up to public, how they should be. Everything else is opening up. Y'all want our schools open, right? Y'all protesting, y'all want our schools open. Protest that you want these police meetings open too. I yield the rest of my time. Fuck you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jay Ryan, followed by Ted Trumbinski.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first I'd like to address some of the statistics that have been cited from the LA Times with regards to police violence. I would like to point out another article from the LA Times not that long ago, which cited a dramatic drop in the use of lethal force from the exact same time period between 2000 and now, where there were well over 150 police shootings a year, not deaths, but police shootings that have now gone down over the last 20 years to most recent one, which was 26, down to 12 deaths. And they cited that the use of this was due to de-escalation tactics and as well as the increase of use of non-lethal force. To lump those numbers all together does not show the direction that we've been going or acknowledge the improvements that have been made. This needs to be discussed as well with regards to Chief Moore. Chief Moore, the calls for him to be let go, fired, resign, whatever, now is not the time for that. What we need to do is try and understand why. What is happening? What are the dynamics on the ground with protests that end up involving police force, usually after a protest had been declared an unlawful assembly, compared to other protests that were even larger. What cited before was the Armenian protests, where it was anywhere between 40 and 100,000 people. There were no incidents. So it's clearly not a misuse of police force. Has there studies been between the two dynamics? What happened? Were people listening to police direction at one protest versus another, which led to an increased escalation of back and forth that led to the violence? These need to be studied and understood. Have police body cameras been reviewed and find clear evidence of what's being accused here with regards to police reactions? These are important subjects. And what's being done to protect our police? I'm sorry, but when people throw objects at the police, there is clearly a problem here. I'm going to yield the rest of my time. You have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Trubinsky, followed by Adam.
Good morning. I'm going to speak on the Chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commission. As far as the Chief's report goes, I want to hear more about the stolen guns from the LAPD gun store, about Captain Jonathan Tom and the raid on his house. I would love to hear more about just what is happening with that situation. As far as the protest the other night in Hollywood, as a Hollywood resident, anytime I see police engaging in those types of actions, I see rampant disregard for public safety. I see a lack of traffic control, and I see an aggression upon both protesters and citizens alike. As someone who was just out in a black hat and a black jacket, I was lumped in with the crowd while I was out just for a walk in my neighborhood in front of the ArcLight. I saw police also sweeping unhoused people, unhoused citizens into those crowds. I'm very concerned with how police are de-escalating and preventing escalation of not just physical violence, but material damage. I think that particular event Saturday night was widely publicized. So the fact that so much destruction in the neighborhood happened before there was police intervention. I saw many broken windows up on Gower and on Hollywood. I'm confused why and how the police are calling these situations to be unlawful and looking for a more peaceful and non-violent resolution in these situations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam. And Madam President, we have no other public comment speakers after Adam.
Hi, can you hear me, Becky?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. I'll do all of them. Yeah.
3 minutes.
Great. Good morning. Yeah, Chief, I also, I'm wondering about the stolen guns from the LAPD gun store. This happened in April of last year, if I remember correctly. And we still haven't heard about it as a significant incident at Police Commission. I know that the chief's report, it says in the literal language on the agenda that the chief's report is about significant incidents. And I wonder, like, if I went somewhere and stole guns from somewhere, I wonder if that would be a significant incident. Maybe, maybe it wouldn't be reported on here, but, Eileen Decker, yeah, is it not a significant incident when commanding officers apparently are involved with the trafficking of stolen weapons? Dale Bonner? I mean, it seems William Briggs only likes to bring up words like gang crime and talk about that. But, Dale Bonner, are there any questions that you might have about LAPD commanders trafficking guns? I mean, this guy caught a fucking promotion in June. This is 2 or 3 months after the guns were stolen. My daughter is asking me a question because she wants to come back to these fucking meetings and throw Cheerios on your floor. Let us back into these meetings. There's 23 separate donations being approved by the commission today. How many have you actually looked into? Steve, how you doing? Good week? How's
Madam Secretary, the speaker's concluded. He's not saying anything related to any matter before the commission. That concludes public comment for today. Thank you very much. As the secretary announced, that was our last speaker in queue for today. So we'll move on to our regular agenda items at this time. We are scheduled to have a presentation, but members of the commission, maybe let me ask you this on items B through E. Are there any questions? Would you like me to hold any matters, or can we move some of these for a vote? If you let me know if you have questions, B through E. I'll hold matters for questions, but to the extent there are no questions, we can proceed to vote. B through C. Questions on B through C. Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Well, no, I'm going to have questions on a couple of questions on D and E.
D and E, very well. We will hold those matters.
Oh, and also B, one question on B.
One question on B, very well. Item C then, and I did have a question on D as well. Since I believe there are no questions on item C, is that correct? So that we can allow those individuals to not wait in queue. Item C, the matter, I will call that up, and the recommended board action is to approve the report and accept the donation. I will move that matter forward. Is there a second to that?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It was 5-0. Commissioner Soboroff indicated that he supported that. Thank you, sir. So now let's move back to the regular agenda. Item A, I understand Deputy Chief Tinglerides and Commander Flores will be presenting. Colleagues on the commission, while the board secretary brings those two individuals forward for presentation, I want to acknowledge that it is Women's History Month. As many of you know, Women's History Month had its origins as a national celebration dating back to 1981, when Congress first designated it as a week, Women's History Week. Throughout the next 5 years, that weekly designation continued until 1987, when it became Women's History Month. And in 1995, ever since 1995, there have been presidential proclamations designating the month as Women's History Month. These proclamations continue to celebrate the contributions women have made to the United States and recognize the specific achievements women have made over the course of American history in a variety of fields. This year's proclamation specifically states that Women's History Month offers an important opportunity for us to shine a light on the extraordinary legacy of trailblazing American women and girls who have built, shaped, and improved upon our nation. For today, in an effort to recognize Women's History Month, I have asked members of the department and specifically representatives of the Los Angeles Women Police Officers and Associates organization to come to present to us and provide their perspective on the status of women in the Los Angeles Police Department. As we honor many women throughout many professions during this month, I want to acknowledge specifically Deputy Chief Tingarides and Commander Ruby Flores, who are here today to speak on behalf of their association, as well as many women in the department, and report to us on the status of women. Welcome to you all, and I see Captain McCraney has joined us as well. Apologies, sir, I didn't see you join us and didn't have your name down, but you are equally welcome, sir. Thank you so much. And I will turn it over, I assume, to first the Deputy Chief.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having us. I'm actually going to turn it over to our President of LAPOA, Commander Ruby Flores. I do want to acknowledge this month and how crucial it is at this time to uplift the women and the diversity within our department. Thank you so much for having us, and I'm going to hand it over to Commander Flores.
Thank you, Chief Tingarides. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good morning, Madam President, Commissioners, Chief Moore, and our Inspector General. It is truly an immense, prideful day that I can present on behalf of our LAPOA organization as the new president in celebration of Women's History Month. Chief Tingarides is also my partner. She's our second vice president of LAPOA. And also I've invited Captain Aaron McCraney, who is the commanding officer of recruitment and employment division, because there are some aspects of recruitment that I may get into that I'd like for him to be acknowledged as well as an equal partner in much of the work that we've done as an organization for our women. So with that, I do have a PowerPoint, and I will try to go through this quickly. I'm not going to read every single slide or bullet because I don't want to bore you with that. And I just would like to cover some of the highlights. So thank you very much. We're going to start. Go ahead and next slide, please. Thank you. So this is our current board, and we are going to be sworn in the coming week, where I was named the president. We have yet to name a first vice president, but you see the names of our other board members. Each are representative of different positions. They all bring a variety of different skill sets to the organization and experience. In looking at everyone's skill set here in terms of patrol, we have watch commanders, Chief Tingarides, is certainly with her milestones that she has accomplished over the years with community engagement. And also Sergeant Erin Burns. She is one of our diversity, equity, inclusion officers that I work with. So we are really honing in on the skill set of our board members to establish our goals for the year. And I will get into that a little bit later. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just start President Decker, you really laid the foundation quite well in terms of the history of our department and women's history. But in terms of our history of the organization, LAPOA, it was first co-founded in 1925 by policewomen Alice Debon Wells and Marguerite Curley. This organization was started, and initially it was an association. But over the years, in recent years, we changed that name to Associates. so that it is now more inclusive, so that we have our male counterparts as part of our organization, so it's not strictly for women. Okay, next slide, please. So looking at the historical perspective of where we've been and now the progress that we're continuing to make as an organization and within the LAPD, although the department was established in 1869, it wasn't until 1888 that women were allowed to work in the department. But that came with certain conditions and restrictions. So imagine being recruited to work the LAPD, but knowing that the fact is that you would not be able to do certain positions like other police officers, and you could not promote past the rank of sergeant. So much of the work was really done early on by some of these trailblazers. In 1910, Alice Debon Wells, she was certainly a trailblazer, not only in establishing the organization, but she was bold. She did some pretty historic things in the department back then. And openly, I had read an article where she had said that brains and character are needed more now than brawn. And so really at that time, she was really looked at as a person who was a new face of the LAPD and someone who brought a new philosophy in how to police. Having said that, another person that I truly admire and that is someone I can relate to along with many of my other female counterparts is Josephine Serrano, 1946. She was appointed as one of the first Latina police officers. She was living in Lincoln Heights at the time, in Hollenbeck area. And back in 1946, she paid $1 to apply to work the LAPD. But that came with a price because it was something that her family didn't support. She was engaged at the time. Her fiance had broke off the engagement. And during that time, as you know, there was a lot of tension between the Latino community and the police. So she was on an uphill battle, but she, like many of us, have really was passionate about working with the community. And that was really one of the things of why she wanted to come on the job, was to become a bridge, a liaison between the community and the police department. She ended up working Hollenbeck and Central area as well. So she has a very interesting history. But moving forward on the history, in 1972, it wasn't until the Franchon Blake discrimination lawsuit that established, that really began to open doors for our women. Next slide, please. So this was a landmark class action suit that resulted in the consent decree mandating gender equality in hiring, assignments, and promotion of women in underrepresented groups. Up until this time, women were not allowed to do certain jobs. They weren't allowed to promote past the rank of sergeant. And in fact, at that time, there were many challenging times where the entry level requirements to come on the job were much different because of the segregated job classifications at that time. So in 1973, the department changed those requirements to make them identical for male and female. And after that, we now have the police officer badge, which is gender neutral, versus the police woman and police man. Next slide, please. So these trailblazers that came before us, really, once given the opportunity to work different assignments, they hit the ground running. And I'm very proud to say that some of these women held some very difficult jobs, more demanding. So dating back to the late 70s, even now, we have women working bomb squad, flight officers working air support, canine handlers, bomb technicians. And next slide, please. 2008, Jennifer Grosso was our first female SWAT officer. 2008, Tina Nieto, first Hispanic captain. And as you can see that we do have many women here that have created and opened doors for many of us to come behind, including my boss, Director of Constitutional Policing and Policy, Director Rhodes is the highest ranking civilian woman on the department. And our most recent accomplishment on this page is in this year, where Assistant Chief Beatrice Gramala is the director of the Office of Operations. First time ever in history that a woman has held this position in such a significant time, but also a significant part of our department is really our patrol and detective operations, the largest office of all of our commands within the department. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is just a glimpse of some of the specialized divisions that women are now working in and assigned to. This is one of our goals. It is in LAPOA organization is to try to get more women into these specialized divisions, expose them to other positions rather than, coming on, being a police officer, going, really looking and opening their eyes and looking at different opportunities. Our LAPOA organization has been very instrumental in pulling down barriers to full inclusion and diversity since its inception. So we truly stand on the shoulders of giants. Next slide, please. This is our civilian representation. As I had noted before, Director Rhodes is our highest ranking civilian staff officer, followed by Anne Marie Sauer Hale. She runs our Administrative Services Bureau, is the second highest civilian person employee running our department, where women make up 57% of our civilian personnel. Next slide, please. So looking at our leaders, and this is not all inclusive of all our youth programs, but these are programs really aimed at not only recruitment, hopefully being a pathway to hire more women, more leaders onto this department, but also just it's it's also a means of community engagement, building trust, and really building our youth and preparing them for their future leadership roles in whatever career that they pursue. Proudly, we have, over 42% of all of our programs are women. Most notably is our cadet program, where 47% of them are active cadets. And as the chief had noted earlier this morning, we are going to start a new virtual academy starting up in April, where 184 of those cadets scheduled to start are women. Next slide. Recruitment. So with our employee organization, LAPOA, we have made one of our top goals is to assist and work hand in hand with recruitment in terms of recruitment, not only to our membership base for LAPOA, but also recruitment for those entering into the field, the career field of law enforcement. We have really worked hard in terms of enhancing our social media footprint and doing virtual seminars. Hopefully we'll get back to doing some of those in person, but creating different opportunities and pathways really to join in this recruitment effort through our organization. So as our LAPOA membership and our boards, we have really encouraged our women to personally become involved, and it's an obligation, more of a duty and obligation when you are a LAPOA board member to continue to recruit, attract more women to the organization and to LAPOA so that we can continue to support each other, create that true environment of inclusion so that we're not just checking the boxes and hiring women, because diversity doesn't necessarily mean inclusion, but when people feel that they belong, truly belong to an organization and have opportunities to promote or work different job assignments, that's when you have true inclusion. And that's one of the goals of what LaPoa is trying to do. Also with our DEI officer. So I'm wearing two hats today on that regard. Next slide. So these are some of the numbers for this year, where already we, as you know, we have made history in really working very hard with Captain McCraney, and much credit to his staff, really, in terms of recruiting and some of the historical classes that we hired this year. One of the classes just graduated this past Friday, where we had a huge amount of women, probably the most we've had that have graduated is in terms of women. The goal was for 54% of those women to graduate. We had a few that fell off. So I believe the final numbers, I don't have it in front of me, I believe it was 48% of, yes, 48.6% of those women did graduate. It's been said that it's hard to be what you cannot see. So we want to make sure that these women graduating today are likely to see someone that looks like them in uniform to continue to inspire them and move forward. Okay, next slide, please. So LaPoa has certainly committed to recruitment efforts, and we are working to enhance this virtual hiring webinar where we've tasked all of our board members to encourage women to attend, to mentor some women, bring them along to attend some of these virtual seminars. So this one upcoming is March 24th and March 27th, which Captain McCraney can speak on a little bit more if you'd like to hear. And next slide. Thank you. So this is LaPoa here today. We have really worked hard to be inclusive. And part of our board, we normally have a honorary board member from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and that seat we hope to fulfill very soon. That the person that held that position before has since left the department. But next slide, please. Thank you. So this is just a glimpse of what we look like right now. Some of the things that we are working on to do is not only mentorship, training opportunities, we offer scholarship reimbursements, training seminars, and we've also decided to partner and adopt community organizations. We have adopted one in which will certainly not only empower women, but give them the confidence to look to new career goals. Being a Los Angeles police officer for some women may not have been their first choice, or a career that is one that many are seeking as women, but we want to change that. We want to recruit these women and show them what a successful woman looks like, what the leadership opportunities are available for these women, and also the different positions that are truly available to everyone. So the strides that have been made by those behind us, those giants that I spoke of, that we stand on their shoulders, we owe it to them to continue to bridge those gaps and recruit more women, encourage them to break those barriers and work other assignments where we don't normally see some of the women in some of those specialized divisions, and continue to recruit, promote, and hire so that we can have a diverse and inclusive work environment. And the last slide is our social media campaigning. We're looking at branding, really bringing more to the department via our digital platforms this month, if you're following LaPoa on Twitter, we have been running a social media campaign with the hashtag When Women Lead, honoring and recognizing some of the women of our past and how we can work together moving forward. Thank you very much, ma'am. If you have any questions, we are available here.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that presentation and the time I know it took to put that together. Very informative, much appreciated. I do have a few questions. I would like to know about perhaps the upcoming classes, the efforts in recruitment, the challenges that you face in recruiting more women, and also retention. I would like the issue of retention to be addressed, if someone could, about the challenges in retaining all of these candidates who make it through the academy, make it through probation, become full-fledged police officers, get all that training, but for whatever reasons, perhaps choose not to stay. So I wonder if one of you might be able to address the recruitment aspect, challenges, and particularly I'd like to focus on the fact that while the department, particularly compared to other departments, has a large number of women, just under 20%, it has been hovering under that number, just under 20%, for well over a decade at least, longer in all likelihood. And how do we break through that barrier, and what are the challenges? I know I've thrown a lot at you. If you don't cover any of it, I assure you I'll follow up. But those are the issues I have on my mind, if one of you could address that. And I see Captain McCraney, you've opened your mic. I suspect you're ready to jump on those questions.
Thank you, Erin.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much to the Commission, Chief. This is a great honor to be able to get a chance to speak about recruitment. You know, and I can tell you, I've been involved in recruitment for quite a while now, and I can say that over the years, I think, you know, for a long period of time, our focus was on getting to 10,000, getting above 10,000, and maintaining at that number. But over this last period of time, these last couple of years, I think the Chief has kind of changed my focus in recruitment and to really focus in on diversity, and especially when it comes to women. If you take a look at you mentioned over the last 10 years, it has hovered around at the 10%. But over this last year or so, you can see where we've refocused our attention, and where normally we've hired anywhere from 25 to percent women per year. For this last year, this was of course during the times of the pandemic, during the times of unrest, we were able to actually boost that number up. The Chief, for this fiscal year, the Chief's goal was for us to be at 40% women, which is, I thought was a very challenging goal, but one that, we took on, and we actually were able to get numbers as high as 54%. And I think that just comes from the focus. We are challenged in these times because of social distancing requirements. We're not able to go out into the field like we have done in the past. Normally we would be at the colleges, we would be at community events. We would do a lot. We host hiring seminars, as Commander Flores mentioned, in person. We had to really change our focus. But the one thing that we have been able to do, which I think really has attributed to our success, has been we've took what we call our hiring pool, our hiring candidates, and we kind of just shifted our focus from attaining new recruits or new candidates into the system and focusing the ones that we have already here. So that took a lot of data cleanup. That took a lot of sorting through that information and really identifying the really top-notch candidates to be able to advance through the hiring process. So I think that has really helped us to move forward and focusing on bringing more women into the department. Any questions about that?
If I could just add to that in terms of recruitment for women, I think the in-person seminars I think are huge, and the in-person recruitment, but also the obligation. I say obligation because I really think it is. We're wearing a uniform, and every woman in uniform or in a position where they're meeting with the community or the public, that's your recruitment opportunity. And that is, and I can hand it off to Chief Tingrades in terms of her community efforts, but That's why LAPOA has decided to really get involved with the community and focus on community efforts so that we can really show these women and girls what it's like to be an officer. Some of the most common questions we get are, what hours do you have to work? Do you have to work the field? Do you have to work patrol? Do they let two female officers work together? You know, there's certain questions and myths, so to speak, of police work that many are not familiar with. So that's our opportunity to talk with them, explain to them, how is it that you balance work life as a woman, a single parent with kids? Those are conversations I think that we need to continue to have to show that people like me and we're all the same. We have some of the same challenges to work through in the workforce and through community efforts. I believe that's huge.
I also wanted to chime in a bit. Being out in the community allows us to answer those questions, and for especially young African-American women to see someone that looks like them in uniform in the community engaging sets a standard. I can recall a couple months back, I was walking a footbeat in Nickerson Gardens, and there was a group of African-Americans there, and they kind of looked at me and their jaw dropped and they said, I've never seen that before. I can't believe you're wearing stars. And, you know, they promoted someone like you and they wanted to touch my stars and they wanted to touch my badge. And one lady had tears in her eyes and she felt so proud. And this was someone that I didn't even know. But to put myself in the community, walking a footbeat, no matter what rank you are, engaging and having those conversations is really part of the education and awareness. And when we hire and we have more officers that represent the community we serve, that brings awareness and it makes it okay to embark on a career like this. It's also important to share our stories, to talk about growing up in the community, to talk about challenges that we had prior to becoming an officer, so that the community begins to humanize who we are and look at us as individuals rather than someone in a uniform. So as Captain McCraney goes out and he talks about being able to go on campus when things open back up, having these promotions, having the diversity, equity, and inclusion officer engaging, getting out in the community, also internally gauging where our officers are at, how they're feeling, and assessing how they believe what we can do to be fair within our organization as it relates to promotions or workload. It takes a holistic approach to bring that awareness. And then also something else that we really don't talk about is getting the community to believe in us and to trust in law enforcement, period. If there is this consensus that we don't trust police, so why would I want to be one? It's incumbent upon all of us to share what an amazing job this is and the opportunities that it brings. And as we build that trust and work in the community and transparent with our organization, then I think more people will be willing to join our agency, and especially people that come from the community that we're working in and engaging with.
Thank you. Thank you all, Deputy Chief Tinglerides, Commander Flores, Captain McCraney, for your overview of the recruitment issues and the goals that you've set for the department and yourselves, and your activities, all very informative. I wonder if you could address the retention issues that are involved. In Commander Flores, you mentioned some of the questions you get from new recruits that would strike me that are also questions that mid-level police officers of all genders may be asking about. Are there options that are perhaps a little more conducive to family lifestyles, whether it's young children or older parents that people have to care for, and whether there's any flexibility. So I wonder if you can talk a bit about retention issues that you notice the department is facing, challenges, and of course, solutions as well.
Absolutely, ma'am. Yes. So you bring up a valid point, and we do see it, a vast majority of our women assigned to the police officer detective ranks. How do we bridge that gap? How do we encourage our women to promote I don't think it's for a lack of wanting to become a leader or not being prepared, but it's timing. I think from personal experience, you know, it has to be a balance in your home life and your professional career. Many women want to try to work different positions so that we can say that we deserve this. We've worked hard. I've worked these positions, so to speak, so that now I can move on to the next level. Sometimes that happens at a different rate than our male counterparts because of our home life situations or kids. So recognizing that, I have spoken with Chief Moore under the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer role. We are going to be looking at ways that how do we kind of mitigate those circumstances that are perceived as barriers for our officers. So we want to look at different opportunities that we can explore. One would be job sharing, and the other one would be childcare. With those two opportunities, we want to look at the impact to see would that make a difference in our women in different ranks, different positions. I've talked to many women, you know, who truthfully shy away from taking that next step, that next test because of the level of responsibility that comes with it, or the type of job where you're on call. And it's hard to find a babysitter that works a 12-hour shift on morning watch, you know, unless you have a live-in nanny or a family member that can help, or a spouse who may not work. So that's very different for males versus our women. So I'm hopeful that that's something that we can explore and implement and pilot. We're beginning to do some research on the job sharing opportunity. Maybe, you know, if, for example, a female officer is working patrol or detective or sergeant position, they have a baby, they go off on their maternity leave, but then when they come back, they're not always able to fully integrate, hit the job or hit the ground running into their prior position as they once did. So what would it be like if, you know, say, for example, Chief Greedies and I shared the duties so that we both can still manage home life during those, you know, early years of when your baby is first born, whether it be temporary, long-term. There's a lot of different options that we can explore.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commander. And colleagues, I'll open it up to questions in a minute. I do intend at the end of the presentation to ask for a report back. Oh, Chief, I see you'd like to make a comment, sir. I saw you open your microphone.
Just to the area of barriers, thank you, Commander Flores, for talking about the really most specific issue, which is job sharing. We think that in looking at agencies, law enforcement overseas, and we have much to learn from this profession throughout the world, but they've penetrated and seen much more gender equity, particularly in Great Britain, in regards to by instituting job sharing and allowing men and women, the employees, over the course of a lifetime. We enjoy work here over, unlike many other parts of our public, people join this profession in their 20s and stay 30, 40s, and 50s. They go through life stages, and does the organizational demands in a sense of job design facilitate those transitions, and does it cut along gender lines? And all we have to do is look to, in one part, 57% of our civilian workforce being made up of women, to say, well, why is it that 19 or under 19% now of women are in the sworn ranks? What is it about the job? And there are demands and differences between our civilian professionals and our sworn members, but we also think that a large area that we need to address, may or may not be true, is job sharing. And that's going to require pension reform. It takes a clear eye about the costs and subsidies that are needed to facilitate that. But I think the dividend that it offers is the potential for a much more diverse gender balance in regards to the workforce. Secondly, in regards to attrition, we are very mindful of the differences in gender in regards to the academy experience and pre-employment experience regarding qualification. And I know that Captain McCraney had a lot on his plate, so I'm going to ask him just to briefly talk about some changes that we've made both in pre-hiring in regards to challenges that women have seen being successful in the academy as well as in the academy itself, relative particularly to firearms as in the stresses of the academy culture.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, so what we did, we tried to look at when it comes to what are the challenges specifically that females have when it comes to being successful, getting through the academy. And we have a program that we call the Candidate Advancement Program. We've made a couple offshoots from that. Initially, this was a program that allowed individuals to become physically fit. It helped them to, meet the challenges as far as, doing the sit-ups, doing the push-ups, doing the runs. We have experts that come in and actually give them step-by-step guidance to be able to help them to be successful. The other aspect we looked at was actually in firearms. We took a look at why were we losing females in the academy, and firearms seemed to be a sticky point for us. So out of that, we created what we call Candidate Advancement Program Firearms. And that's a class where we offer on the weekends for these candidates to actually come even before they get into the academy to get some experience, to get some exposure. Many people have never actually operated a firearm before, have no knowledge or experience with that. We wanted to be able to provide them with some exposure just to build that comfort level so that when they actually get into the academy, that'll be one less thing that they'll be challenged with regarding attaining success as far as getting through the academy.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain, for that follow-up. Colleagues, as I was about to say, at the conclusion of all questions, I do intend to ask for a report back from the department on these innovative methods that can be implemented to ensure the hiring and retention of more women for the department. As I said earlier, the department's numbers have stubbornly hovered just under 20%. It's been very difficult to break through that number. But this is a challenge that is happening nationally as well, of getting more women into police departments. So it is an opportunity for this department to develop new programs, new innovations to ensure that the hiring and retention of women officers, that LAPD is at the forefront of that effort. And why is this important? It's not just the overall goal to have gender parity, but study after study after study has shown that it makes for better police departments, that members of the public feel more free to come forward. As Chief Tinglerides mentioned, if you don't see it, you can't be it. You're not going to come forward and feel comfortable reporting some crimes. And women are over, according to the FBI, over 50% of crime victims. And so having a police department that they feel comfortable coming forward to report their crimes is incredibly important. Additionally, study after study has shown that the responsiveness to crimes improves, that the whole department improves, use of force goes down, de-escalation techniques go up, not just by the women officers, but by the entire department. It creates a different type of culture that I think it adds many, many positive benefits, as do all levels of diversity in a department of this size. With that, let me open it up to additional questions or comments from members of the commission. If you have a question or comment, Commissioner Kalanche, I see you've opened up your mic, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Just want to echo what you're saying, Commissioner Decker. But prior to that, I just want to say Happy Women's History Month and happy St. Patrick's Day to our Irish brothers and sisters out there. But in my experience and working in the community, I really believe that the women on the force bring on a unique skill besides their tactical skills that they learn at the academy. They bring this sense of like service, empathy, community engagement, have an easier time building relationships in the community. And that's something that the department needs to value. And it does, as Commissioner Decker mentioned, it does bring a huge immense value to the department. I also think that those skills need to be valued in promotion as well. I'd like to not only see more women on the force, but I'd like to see more women promoted within the department, and that those skills that I just mentioned in community building are also valued as part of promotion and looking at promotion, not just the tactical skills. I do appreciate Captain McRaney, the efforts that you're making to increase the success of women that are entering or to enter and complete the academy. It's great to hear that you're doing all those extra, those added kind of features, you know, to ensure success. But just want to echo with everybody else here the importance of having more women on the force. And I think it will change the culture of the department the more women we increase. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership, and happy Women's History Month. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Briggs, sir.
I'd like to thank Deputy Chief Tengridis, Commander Flores, and Captain Rainey for an illuminating presentation. I really appreciate it. The historical perspective as to where we were and where we are and where we want to go as a modern police force, particularly with regard to the recruitment of women and women of color in the police force. And I share Commissioner Decker's concern with what appears to be this 20% ceiling that we have overall of sworn officers being female. I hope that this class that we have now is representative of what it will be in the future. I do understand that that is a recruitment effort. And to that point, Deputy Chief Tengridis, you mentioned that just by going out into the community with the community safety program, that is illustrative or helps community members see themselves in you or in Commander Flores, and that you are role models there. I think that's particularly important in today's society, given the backdrop of the civil unrest that we've had, and how do we bridge the gap of trust that exists in the community. I have been on a number of ride-alongs now with officers in the South Los Angeles portion of the community, and time after time, when I raise the question of recruitment in these communities, I'm hit with the notion of there's no trust or there's other impediments. So hopefully we will begin to establish that trust so that the community members see us not as enemies, but as partners in keeping the community safe. But I want to thank you for the efforts that you've made so far. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bonner, sir.
Thank you very much. I had just had three quick questions. I'll just lay them out together, and then whomever cares to comment, I would appreciate that. First question is with regard to SWAT. I think I had heard recently that there was one female SWAT officer, and that she may have left that unit. So I wanted a brief comment on that. And then more broadly, I wanted to, you mentioned Commander Flores, a number of the areas of where there had been women in kind of the first position, and I would like you to comment on whether there are any areas of service that are still where there's some barriers yet to be broken. So if there's some either position where we still haven't had that experience of a woman being promoted into, or some other area that's yet to be explored, I'd like to hear that. And then thirdly, if you know, I'd be curious to know how LAPD compares to some of its peer organizations, whether it's the Sheriff's Department or the other local police departments. But what do you know, just to help us get some context in terms of how well the department is really doing compared to its peers?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's see. So I'll start with SWAT. Yes, we had You know, we did mention that we had our very first female SWAT officer, Jen Grosso, and she promoted from SWAT. She's now a sergeant, I believe now working Hollenbeck area. You know, SWAT is it could be very intimidating for some women. I would hope and wish that we are soon developing our women so that they can have the courage to step into those roles. And in talking with Sergeant Grasso, I know that she does that, and she is really an advocate for those to seek those positions, especially for our women. One of those perceived barriers may be the physical part of it, the physical demands, the hours, but also it takes courage to be that first woman to step into that role. We talk about, you know, why, you know, Chief Tingrady says, you know, if people see other people, another person that looks like them, they're going to say, hey, come along, let's do this. So I believe it's just going to be that door that's just going to bust open, and we get hopefully a few more women in there, and more women will want to follow suit. But how do we do that? How do we create that sense of belongingness? How do we prepare them for that? Not only LAPOA, but with our other affinity groups, we've had some promotional seminars and different opportunities to demystify what those specialized units look like. Working bomb canine or being a pilot for air support in SWAT. There's a lot of scary things about those jobs, but if we did demystify it, so to speak, put it out there, let's talk about women that have done this job before us, what it's like, and how do we give you those tools to succeed so that they will want to join those positions. I believe that's going to be the way to do it. So we will have vowed really as a unified employee organization group to do that. We want to see some more women in our underrepresented groups, people of color, to work those positions. So it is certainly a work in progress. We are consciously aware of it and with intent trying to attract more women to do that job.
So if I can follow up specifically in regards to SWAT and D platoon, over the last 5 to 7 years, we've actually rewritten the physical requirements as well as trying to identify what are the artificial barriers. We want the screening process to make it into a SWAT assignment is excruciating. The applicant pool that goes there, the attrition rate during the SWAT quote unquote school, I think the requirements of it are legitimate, but it's very hard on all personnel without regard to gender. But I believe that we need to continue to go at that problem. I do also believe that we need to make sure the culture within SWAT, the SWAT school and the instructors and so forth are ensuring equity and inclusiveness, and that we're not if you will, hiring people such as ourselves, and I put that in an instructor mindset. And I'm not convinced that we've done everything there that we can do, because I've also am aware of complaint investigations and personnel investigations involving conduct of other applicants without regard to gender or ethnicity that felt that it was, that they were hindered because of a culture of that was seemingly biased, or felt that it was unfair, that they weren't be given an equal shot with others. And so that's an area that the command structure from Chief Frank all the way down to Ruben Lopez, the lieutenant over SWAT, and the sergeants there have gone through a reform over the last 5 to 7 years, a new generation of leadership to ensure that we are changing that culture and it is inclusive. And I do look forward to seeing that barrier in a sense of numbers, not just so that we have a woman there, but that we have a work unit that people can come and approach and have a good opportunities to thrive, and that we make sure that we're not creating unnecessary barriers by the height of what we're asking people to be able to achieve on a day-to-day basis in that assignment. Lastly, in regards to other barriers of other firsts in the organization, I'm really pleased to when I look at air support, emergency services. We particularly looked at to give you some stats today of our specialized units, because as women have come into this profession. In the early 80s, we had just began the process.
Yeah, okay.
Of women, and in doing so, we had 100 to 200 women in the entire organization, and they were not in anything above a sergeant rank, and they certainly were in patrol or detectives. And it's taken time to move into all areas of this organization. But in frequent air support 10, 15 years ago, you didn't see women there as either observers, pilots, or supervision, and that's changed. Same with bomb techs, same with a number of other specialized resources. Homicide details used to be primarily a male-dominated profession or position within the organization. And so those things have changed. The 410 work process, the 312 work processes have been processes that have scheduling that have allowed us to get better diversity. And I think because it's allowed to have people have a better balance of their work life and the obligation. Lastly, we lead major agencies and policing overall in gender penetration as far as the number of women that are in the organization and on the sworn ranks. Across the country, it's 12%. And we see major agencies at single digits and low double digits. And so yet we also recognize there are some outliers. There's some larger agencies that have also done better than we have. And those are the conversations that we have with them to understand what job designs and what processes they have. And lastly, I believe the women you see on this panel today, as well as you look across the senior levels of this organization, that we are more and more gender diverse today than 10, 15, 20 years ago. Certainly, when Sharon Papa was the first as an assistant chief in the organization, Peggy York was the first deputy chief. These were milestones amongst 8, 10, 15 people. And we're no longer counting these as first, but we want to get beyond the day of counting these type of firsts, where it's much more routine. So we're doing better than our peers, but we have, as was said, we've got more work to do, and we're committed to that.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Bonner, had you concluded?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Soboroff, I saw earlier you were trying to say something, sir.
Sure. I just want to double down on the comments of the other commissioners and in my just pride and excitement for how this is presented, and more important than that, the reality of it. And I think the chief's goals here are high bar, not low bar, and I think that it looks like everybody's working hard to meet those goals. But I couldn't be prouder, as you guys all know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Captain McCraney, Commander Flores, Chief Tinglerides, thank you again for your presentations. As Commissioner Briggs said, it was illuminating. Thank you. It is important during a month like this, designated as it is, to reflect on the history as we move forward. There were certainly challenges in the history that you identified. There'll be challenges in the future. All of that we must all work to overcome for the betterment of the department and our city. But as we work towards the future, I do want to acknowledge all the current leaders, many of the women leaders who are here, Commander Flores, Chief Tinglerides, thank you. You mentioned and you named a number of leaders, Chief Grimala, Director Rhodes, Ms. Sauer, many others that I'm sure you mentioned and I did not write down. But to all the women in the department, you are pioneers in public safety. Thank you. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate your service, your efforts. We will continue to ask much of you, and we expect you're up to the challenge. So thank you all very much. With that, Chief, I will ask on behalf of the Commission for a report back on some of the efforts that can be made, particularly in the area of retention, that will not just benefit the women members of the department, but men as well, in terms of innovative methods that can be implemented, perhaps even further studied, as some of them you mentioned are detailed and require changes in established bureaucracies that we have, like a pension system or whatnot. But what I would ask for a report back from whomever you designate on implementation and strategies that can take place.
Very well. And one point I do want to mention to this panel that is of a concern, a significant concern of mine, and I know of our recruitment effort with Captain McCraney and the entire team. The last the last 3 years have represented a huge investment by the organization as we maintain staffing in which we hired 500 to 600 people per year, is that we would make sure that that pool was diverse. And it was diverse particularly in regards to women, African Americans, and Asian Pacific Islanders. I'm proud of the work to change, to look at the barriers, and also to the outreach and support of the Police Foundation, particularly as well as by Mayor Garcetti and the city in funding needed outreach and marketing campaigns. And those campaigns really just 2 years ago, or I'm sorry, just a year ago, are showing great progress. This commission remembers presentations on the changes and the selection, frankly, missteps we saw with personnel department with how do we outreach and do that marketing engagement? What social media sites are acceptable to this department to gather the type of candidates that we want? But we're really hitting our stride. And unfortunately, the hiring freeze that we've gone through this last year, where we went from hiring in excess of 500 personnel per year to hiring 79, has had a dramatic impact, a terrible impact on our recruitment numbers. Today, a number of candidates that are otherwise qualified and interested in this department are seeking employment at other agencies. And I look forward to our restoration of hiring, but I'm also worried greatly that our ability to attract a diverse and qualified workforce is going to be that much more challenged because of this this holiday, if you will, that we've had to take, given the fiscal crisis that this city, as every other city across America, has gone through. So what's really key on my people and our staff is to get into this now for you and others to announce that we do anticipate hiring, and we will be hiring back in the hundreds of need those applicants to be ready, lean forward, and know that this is a department on the change, and they can be part of that. And then also continue to seek city or elected leader support for funding for those marketing efforts and things that have been identified in our current budget proposal before the mayor, and it will be presented to the city council here in about the next 45 days.
Thank you, Chief. That's an incredibly important issue that you have raised. I think we need more detail on that and what has happened with hiring, what you project in the future with respect to hiring, impact on diversity and such. I think I speak for all commissioners when I say I think we need far more detail on that. Mr. Teefank, if you would work with the chief, his staff, in terms of scheduling a broader presentation for us on the status of recruitment in general for the department, hopefully within the next 2 to 3 weeks. All right, thank you, Mr. Teefank. Thank you, Chief. And again, thank you to all the presenters. We greatly appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you. Commissioners, we'll move on our agenda in order. At this point, Madam Secretary, when you have a moment, we'll call up the department representative on item 3B, and I believe that's Captain Odo, who will be called up on item 3B, which is the manual updates, the implementation of the policy passed by the commission last December. If Captain Odo is available, we will, as soon as he's available, we'll go forward on that. And if Madam Secretary, he doesn't appear on cue, I'll move on to the next item until we can bring him up.
Yeah, he's not logged on. He was just a minute ago though, so we'll wait for him to reconnect.
Okay, probably just a connection issue. So let's then move on, Madam Secretary, to item D, if Dr. Craw is available. Hello, good morning. Welcome. We've just called up item 3D, the department's report relative to the request to approve the donation to fund the purchase of psychological emotional intelligence testing. I can't really tell in the conference room. Dr. Craw, are you presenting, or who's presenting on behalf of the department?
Hello?
Oh, there, Dr. Craw is.
On the screen is 1D. We're on here. We're just, they have to let us in.
Okay, we hear you now.
That's Chief Pitcher, if you could mute, and then we have Dr. Craw on the screen.
There we go. Thank you very much. Dr. Craw, if you could begin by providing an overview and explanation of this matter, just for the record that we have that made, sir.
I'm glad to do so. Good morning, commissioners, chief. It's good to be here. Thanks for having me in. So what we did was we combined two grants into this one request, and they're quite different. So I'll start with the one on, it's the first ever Emotionally Intelligent Leader Workshop. This is actually a project that I'm doing with Dr. Pinnell, in which we are going to bring together 22 department employees of various ranks, both sworn and civilian. And it's going to be a one-day workshop where we administer the Baron EQI test of emotional intelligence and have a number of interactions and exercises related to building and growing emotional intelligence, which we feel is quite important for leadership and developing the kind of skills that we want the next generation of employees at different ranks to possess. I'm happy to do a screen share and show you a model of the measure. Let me do that. Can folks see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So this is actually the same measure that I've been using for years in the Behavioral Science Services Executive Coaching Program. And it's been very successful to sit down with our leadership and actually give them their own feedback on their results of probably the best developed measure of emotional intelligence that I'm aware of. And what Dr. Pinnell and I intend to do is take the data from this pilot program, our first one-day workshop in a group format, and begin to adapt it to different places within the department. We've had great success using these concepts in leadership development. However, we want to push it down at least to sergeants to begin with. However, we also think that beginning to discuss some of these issues, even with recruits, is very beneficial. For example, there's been a lot of emphasis lately on things like implicit bias. And one of the emotional intelligence competencies that we think relates to this very importantly is this concept of emotional self-awareness, which you can see is under the self-perception rubric there. And there's a whole concept called theory of mind or metacognition, which is the ability to turn inward and reflect on your own emotional experience, cognitions, and beliefs. And some people have a better handle on that than others. So we feel that if we can begin to develop these concepts earlier on in people's careers, that's going to prove beneficial. The other area that we think this is going to have great potential is with our training officers. We think that that's a pivotal role because they're training our next generation of police officers. So as you look at the organization here, you've got self-perception, which is that ability to turn inward and identify your own emotions. And then next is self-expression, where it's the strategy of learning strategically how to express yourself in ways that are more effective. And then moving that into interpersonal. So how do you improve your interpersonal relationships, increase empathy, social responsibility? Those are pretty hot topics. I think you would agree these days. And then unless you're calculating math problems, every decision-making that we do has an emotional quality of some kind. So our thinking and our emotional life are inextricably woven together. And we think that emotional intelligence is a very beneficial tool to help people learn and grow and understand all of these functions. So again, we're going to start with this, this pilot program of about 22 participants in a group format in a one-day workshop. And then from there, we think we can expand it in many meaningful ways. In a nutshell, that's the program. Oh, and by the way, the grant pays for a one-time fee for a number of materials that we can duplicate, including a slide deck. And we think that we can adapt those materials for the different settings, groups, ranks that I've previously mentioned. And then the rest of the money goes for the cost of the actual interpretation of the measure.
Thank you, Dr. Craw. Appreciate that presentation. It's very helpful. Further questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, sir, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Craw. That, in fact, you answered at least one of the two questions that I had just through the presentation. So I appreciate that. The second question then is, given what you just noted in terms of this being kind of a pilot, if you will, and so on, would you expect that if it is successful, or in order for it to be successful, that there would be some ongoing additional cost associated? The risk always is that this is one more thing that gets parked in that basket of things that should be done and we'd love to do if only there's resources. So what should we expect in that regard?
Well, that is the challenge. As a matter of fact, in our executive coaching program, it's been the Command Officers Association that has reimbursed our testing costs for the last 5 years now. So we do have to get creative in looking for grant funding to expand a program like this. We think there is so much research and even our own experience with these concepts. It's not that it won't be successful, it will be. It's just a matter of how can we best adapt it to the priorities and the challenges that we face. And I do think you're right. One of the biggest challenges will be ongoing funding.
Well, thank you. I would just ask and encourage you to go forward and start to bring that information and conversation forward now. Would be my request, as opposed to just having it kind of hanging out there, waiting on, given the importance of the topic in the area and its potential application to a broad swath of other things that the organization is trying to achieve. I just encourage you to try to make those needs, transparent as possible, so that we can start thinking through the trade-offs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can add to that, just your assurance. I'm pleased that Dr. Farah, the leadership from BSS, but also the partnership with Luann Pinnell. Dr. Pinnell, within Training Bureau, really oversees and is charged with the overarching delivery of all of our training. And this is an area, particularly in-service training, as was said, with supervisors and particularly field training officers, that we know we need to more deeply invest in as we shift and continue to evolve our culture. The emotional intelligence of people going through change and going through an evolution of policing benefits by this type of coaching, this type of insight and self-perspective. And so I look forward to seeing the results of this and this pilot effort, but also the Command Officer Association. Their funding of this is through the city actually providing executive development money to the Command Officer Association. The Command Officer Association recognizing the critical area of executive emotional intelligence, and so then paying for it out of the funds that actually were provided for via the city. So I see the same type mechanism here. We have revolving training funds, and we do have some flexibility within our budget, if you will, to prioritize, and I see this as rising to the top very quickly.
Thank you, Chief. Very, very helpful. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
Chief and/or Dr. Craw, is this a tool that could ultimately be used for regular patrol officers, particularly to assess whether or not these individuals are of a mindset of de-escalating situations that we found ourselves in last summer in terms of civil unrest? Just I guess I'm being inarticulate, but is this something that can be used by the department to help assess whether or not individual officers are emotionally equipped to engage in de-escalation tactics versus are they, for lack of a better word, more trigger happy in terms of escalating violence, where de-escalation would be the proper or one avenue that they could take?
Sure, let me see if I can answer that question. I think it's a good one because certainly we're challenged with teaching skills like de-escalation although I think we're being more successful at it. Keep in mind that emotional intelligence is not necessarily used as a pre-employment screening tool before hire, although there are concepts that overlap quite a bit with what they do at the pre-employment screening level. I think a more appropriate application of the emotional intelligence is in the training aspect, and it's to help give people a sense of their strengths and weaknesses. And I'll go back to that self-awareness piece that's so critical. You want people to be able to notice that they're having an emotional reaction before they act on it. And that takes training and development. Now, certainly anybody who has passed the rigorous pre-employment psych screening would have those fundamental skills at being able to identify and modulate their own emotional reactions to charged situations. I think of Luann and I's, Dr. Pinnell and I, this program as taking it to the next level and fine tuning it, and then trying to apply it more broadly to the department in different ways.
Commissioner, I just would add that the target audience is field training officers, which is those field personnel that you're seeing in, in the P3s with the chevrons that are training the P1s. We believe that within that group, those are the individuals that generally have 5 to 25 or more years on, that have found a niche in a sense of being a patrol officer, and a very rewarding one, but also one that can be in a caustic environment and a corrosive one to their emotional welfare, to their wellness, and their to your point, do they build emotional responses that are over time have become less pliable to the expectation of de-escalation, expectation of being responsive, of being self-aware of what triggers are being pushed, and those that are pushing it, and more effective coping skills. This is a wellness function as much as it is improving public service, because this really goes to Dr. Gilmore and others in the field of policing that says, you're out in a very corrosive, you see some of the worst things that people choose to do against another individual, and you come to that with a service mentality, but over time that can wear, and without the proper tool set and remediation. I'll close. Last Friday, I reminded our families of new recruits to keep talking with their young men and women, because the things they're going to see and do and experience need to have them as a center point to remind them of the value of this profession, the service. That corrosiveness happens over incremental drips of time, and this is one of the tools to make a status check. Lastly, really proud of LEPPL's willingness. We're entering into a period where we will be regularly sitting down every couple of years with every employee to do a self-assessment, to talk about where they're at, just as we do or should do with our health. We should do with our mental health, as far as how we're coping, how we're seeing things, how are we adjusting, and are we the only one in the room with a hair on fire, and what we normalize what we're seeing, but also provide avenues and show it over time, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 years over the course of an officer's career. So this is another important component, but I'm sure if Dr. Pinnell was here, she would caution that there is no single silver bullet. It's the blending of all of this in our philosophy of in-service training.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Any further questions from commissioners? Seeing none. Very well. Dr. Craw, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very helpful as we consider this item.
You're welcome.
Item D, the requested or recommended board action is to approve the department's report and accept the donation. I'll move that matter forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Very well, it passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Dr. Craw.
Thank you.
I see the secretary has brought up item 1B again, so I'll return that matter up. Item 1B, the department's report relative to updating the manual. I believe it's the implementation of the policy that was passed last December. I think it's Captain Odo, is that correct?
Yes.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Captain Odo. If you could give a brief overview, and then I'll open it up to questions, sir.
Okay, good morning. Currently, department policy requires the completion of an operations plan, form 10.22 for all pre-planned observation posts. Department policy also requires that a warrant service tactical plan report, form 10.25, be completed prior to the service of a search or RAMI warrant. The operation plan has been incorporated into the warrant service tactical plan report and renamed the tactical operation plan. This standardized form will be used by all entities within the department to thoroughly document the pre-planning involved in a tactical operation and the service and post-service of a search or RAMI warrant. And it will ensure that department personnel consider all applicable officer safety, tactical, and administrative requirements necessary for a successful surveillance and or warrant service. The new tactical operation plan is a more comprehensive document that captures crime summary information and identifies the plan of action by involved personnel. It also eliminates outdated information such as Thomas Guide information, and it expands the notification section to comply with department policy, such as notification to LA Clear. It also reduces the redundancy in information in operations in which the original written operation plan and the warrant service tactical plan report were required. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, did you have a question on this, sir? Go ahead.
Yes, I did. And as you know, I've had some opportunity to understand some of this work as it was being developed, but I did have two questions on relative to the surveillance notification procedures. The semi-substantive question really is I'm looking at the special order that indicates that all department personnel shall notify LA Clear prior to conducting a pre-planned surveillance operation. And I'm noting that, you know, on both on the form that's being deactivated and the one that's replacing it, you know, in many cases there's, you know, a large number of, or what I perceive as a fairly large number of officers who may be involved in the operation. And is the expectation really that each individual officer would make an individual notification to Clear relative to the surveillance operation?
Yes, it is imperative that prior to a surveillance operation that the notification is made to LA Clear, because that is a deconfliction to ensure that there isn't any other unit within the department working that same problem, that same location.
Or outside the department.
Right. So just so I understand, practically speaking, again, if there are 12 officers who are being briefed together and are going over the operation plan and are headed out, you know, 3 or 4 different units or vehicles, each one of those officers then needs to make this independently, needs to make this notification to Clear?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. For each operation, a notification.
Okay,
Clear,
right.
Not each individual officer.
Yeah, so that's what that's what I believed the situation is, and that's why I just when I see in the special order that says all department personnel shall notify Clear prior to conducting a pre-planned surveillance, then I just, you know, want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not every individual personnel makes that notification.
Makes the notifications.
Yes. The individual that makes that notification will be indicated on page 1 of the new operations plan, where it says for LA Clear. That'll be the individual that made that notification for that plan.
Got it. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, that was really the substantive or the semi-substantive question. The other question really related also to the report and the recommended action. That I note that this is a report relative to the surveillance notification and the search warrant and probable cause arrest warrant procedures. But the first recommended board action there references reviewing and approving the manual sections regarding search warrant and probable cause. And I'm just wondering if that should also reference, when you call the motion, if that should also reference the surveillance notification procedures.
I'll make that amendment Commissioner Bonner, thank you for pointing that out. I'll make that amendment. And Mr. Tiefenk, as you take the minutes, please amend the board actions as follows, okay? As suggested by Mr. Bonner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further, any further questions from commissioners? I don't see any. And so the recommended board action is to approve the department's report as amended and suggested by Commissioner Bonner. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Soberoff. I saw you, sir. With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you very much, commissioners. The final item on the regular agenda is item E, and I believe Commander Rinkunis is prepared to speak on this items. Commander Rinkunis, welcome. Good afternoon, sir. We see you coming. Commissioner Bonner, I believe, sir, you had a question, or I think it was you. It might be, I think a few commissioners had questions on this, if I'm recalling correctly.
Correct.
Why don't you begin, sir?
Sure. Hello, Commander Rinkutis. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, sir.
I did go through the 61 pages of the report and all of this, and it's fine. And my question about the pumpkin giveaway was not about a discrepancy in the numbers, although if you want to address that, I'd invite you to do that as well. But the question really here is, we had a lot of conversation, not too long ago about the timely processing and procedures. And I'm just wondering, this, I believe, is one that came in from October of 2020. And so I just wanted to comment, is it timely in terms of just putting my face back to, or putting all the pieces back together in terms of the work that's been done? And if it is timely, fine. If it's not, I just want to understand, make sure that additional sensitivity is out there on the importance of getting these things in timely. But is this one timely?
Sir, so looking at these donations, I believe it was the board's request to not have individual items, to sort of lay out multiple items in one setting here, so we can have discussion if there was questions proposed by the board. So in this instance, this one per se is not as timely as we would like. We are working on that, to be discussing incidents from October and November, and it's mid-March right now. Based on scheduling and calendared items for the agenda, we do ask the bureaus to submit these prior to the incident occurring. Not all times do they get, when they get submitted in the paper flow process. We are working on a project database with IT, so they can be reviewed electronically, as when they're submitted, they're inputted, and then we can get them on the agenda as soon as possible. But I believe in this case, the calendaring was a little delayed. Again, as I mentioned, speaking from a Halloween drive-through and a event with the community, to where I'm discussing it now for employees for asking for reimbursement is a little delayed, in my opinion, but we're striving to get these done prior to, and we're still working on that process.
Yep, thank you. All understood. And then relative to what I believe is the 10th, at least maybe the 10th item or thereabout, but it's the volunteer vehicles in Valley Bureau. Can you address just generally what is the situation there? Do volunteers have access to vehicles? And I can't imagine that they take these vehicles home and all the rest, but if you could just comment briefly on what the broader situation is relative to the BMW i3s that are, and what is the lights relative, the amber lights that are being donated.
Sure. So in regards to the community volunteer community patrol program, I believe Operations Valley Bureau has approximately over 1,000 volunteers, and these I3s are checked in and out at the police stations. So when they do have volunteer police patrols, we've tried to make these vehicles as identifiable as they can be, so there's a clear understanding that we have community members that are out there in the community providing as a visible deterrent in regards to areas that are high in theft and burglary, theft for motor vehicles, in areas that, for instance, where there's been multiple burglaries that are occurring in residential areas, the I3s, the community members that go out there are uniformed. They activate the lights, the lights that'll be placed on top of the vehicle. So the community and all the adjacent folks in and around that area understand that we have LAPD community members out there providing, just being there, providing that visible deterrent. But they are, I believe every Operations Valley Bureau Command has them. There's some stations that have more than others. They range from approximately 5 to 3 in a command. And this request specifically is to ensure that that each vehicle has the proper lighting, to just ensure that folks are identified as community and members when they're out there providing the patrol.
Right. I appreciate that, and I think you also did answer the key question. The key question, aside from the background, and that is that these vehicles are all kept at the area stations and are checked out, and none are taken home. Correct. Yeah. Got it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner.
That's all I had. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commander Rinkunis, we may or may not have a need to clarify, but I'd ask you work with Mr. Tfank on the presentation of the donations. There should be no delay based upon the commission. We are ready to take things as they're prepared and presented. Things shouldn't be held back because of any, I believe, a misunderstanding with the commission and the flow of work. But I'll leave it to you to have that conversation with Mr. Tfank. I did write down that there were. Oh, sorry, Chief. Did you have something to say, sir?
Well, just for the commission, this was noted on there, and I know Commander Rinkunis has a number of these issues before him. But in that item, Foothill was identified as submitting that late, and so that's on us. And there was a command change there, and perhaps Captain Smith, as he learned about the issues with hanging chads, if you will. Our commitment is to turn these in quickly. We are assembling them rather than one at a time, but there is, at this point, this is not a commissioner's issue. This is ours, and Commissioner Bonner, our insistence is that these donations be processed and that no donation be accepted or employed until commission approval or council approval, depending on the amount involved. This is on us.
Thank you for that, Chief. And I just wanted to be sure that there was no misunderstanding that things were being held up because of a misunderstanding of commission desires or preferences. We're ready to take the donations as they're ready. With that, I did write down that there were 2 commissioners with questions on item E, but I could have been wrong. Are there any other commission questions? I see shaking of the heads. No. Okay, very well. I'll call the item then. The recommended board action is to approve the department's report and accept the donations. I will move it forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commander Rinkunis. That concludes the regular agenda. Madam Secretary, we're ready to move to closed session, please.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 4A1 and 4B1 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Thank you. Let's give everyone a moment to get back from closed session. All right, we have 4 out of the 5 commissioners who've returned from closed session. The record should reflect all 5 commissioners were in closed session. It just may be a technical delay in logging onto this platform, but there's no reason can't close out. Now we have all 5 commissioners who have returned. Mr. Tiefenk, would you please read out the closed session, please?
Commission has concluded its work in closed session as to item 4A1, carotid restraint control hold 013-20. The following are the commission's findings. Tactics, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, tactical debrief 2 sergeant 1, 2 police officer 3, and 7 police officer 2. That was a vote of 5-0. Drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 police officer 3, 1 police officer 2. That was a vote of 5-0. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 1 sergeant 1, 1 police officer 3, 8 police officer 2s. That was a vote of 5-0. Non-lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 3. That was a vote of 4-1. Lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2. A vote of 5-0. As relates to item 4B1, complaint against the chief of police, complaint file 200000857, adjudicated. That concludes the report out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiefenk. Our only remaining business is to adjourn. I will move forward for adjournment. Is it adjournment? Is it seconded, please?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-0. We stand adjourned until our next scheduled board meeting. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
You.